Mr. Billy Turner into the courtroom, please. Billy Turner, good morning, sir. You have a seat, Ms. Turner. For the record, State of Tennessee versus Billy Turner, docket number 1705881. Ms. Turner's present, Mr. Perry, Mr. Thomas is present, Mr. Turner, Mr. Hagerman, and Ms. Schofield are present for the state, and Mr. Jones, James Jones, is present on behalf of Jimmie Martin. Are all parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
F. Smith, can you bring the jury, please, sir?
We didn't bring Ms. Martin out before the jury, or didn't know how we did it.
I'm sorry. Ask the other members of the audience public to tell them they can step up to the courtroom, please. Deputy Phillips,
yes, sir.
Bring in Mr. Jimmie Martin, please, sir. Ms. Martin, good morning. You just stand there for a minute. We're going to bring the jury in because it's another day they need to swear you in again, even though you were sworn in yesterday, okay? Martin, if you want to, because I don't know when they come in. Just have a seat up here for a moment. You only keep standing there. It looks like your leg is hurting a little bit. So just have a seat there. I'm going to get you out of the chair as soon as the jury starts in, okay? Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing? Everyone can be seated. I'm sorry. Accommodations okay?
Yes.
Food okay?
Yes.
Are they taking care of everything that you need?
Yes.
If you have any questions, any problems, let me know, okay? When we stopped yesterday, we stopped because we were not going to be able to complete Mr. Martin's testimony, and we're going to resume with Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, since it is a different day, if you could step down from the witness stand and need to swear in today, sir. Watch your step, please, sir. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you will give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Put your hand up, Mr. Martin. Have a seat here, please, sir. Watch your step, please. I'm going to again apologize for the interruption in the middle of your direct, but you may resume, sir.
just remind ourselves where we were, Mr. Martin, okay? You had told us about this plan to kill Lorenzen Wright and walked us through the month of May of 2010, is that right?
Correct.
And then you walked us through the month of June 2010, the month that you and Billy went to Atlanta, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we had started with July of 2010, and we had reviewed some Facebook messages that you and Ms. Wright shared with regard to the party and the plan to kill Lorenzen Wright.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? I want to stay in July of 2010, and I want to direct your attention to a particular day. I know it's a day that your attention has been directed to previously when you've given statements in the case, and that is July 18th, turning into July 19th of 2010. It's going to be that night that Lorenzen Wright was killed. Do you know what day I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
July 18th of 2010, 12 years ago. Do you remember where you were or what you were doing that day?
Yes, sir. I remember I was in Batesville, Mississippi at the time.
Do you remember what you were doing?
Not particularly.
Do you remember whether or not you contacted Billy Turner at all that day?
Yes, sir.
Why did you contact Billy Turner that day?
I contacted Billy Turner that day because I had got contacted earlier to be in Memphis, to come up to Memphis about Sheriff Wright.
Were you supposed to come to Memphis on the 18th?
Yes, sir. Well, there was plans to come to Memphis on the 18th.
Whose plans was it for you to come to Memphis on the 18th?
Sheriff Wright.
Do you remember when during the day you contacted Mr. Turner, or if he contacted you?
I remember it was later on in the afternoon, later on in the evening.
Were you able to speak with Mr. Turner?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Turner able to speak with you?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you called or Mr. Turner once, twice, or more than once?
I believe it was more than once, but I don't remember exactly the amount of times I called.
Did you use your cell phone to contact Mr. Turner?
I used a cell phone and a payphone.
Why did you use a payphone to contact Mr. Turner?
At the time, I believe my cell phone battery went dead.
On the 18th, would it be fair to say that you're contacting or attempting to contact Mr. Turner very late at night on the 18th, midnight in fact? Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to speak to Mr. Turner at all the night of the 18th, turning into the morning hours of the 19th?
No, sir.
Did you attempt to contact, or did you contact Miss Wright on the night of the 18th, turning the 19th, midnight, or anything like that?
I don't remember if I called it at that time. I know it was earlier that evening.
Earlier that day? So she said.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know you're supposed to be there, and you're not. What you thinking?
I think it's just another day they're going to go by uneventful afternoon.
That would make almost attempt number 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, how'd that make you feel?
Elated.
Elated? Do you remember in particular what you were doing in Batesville that night?
No, sir.
Do you remember in particular who you were with, if anybody, in Batesville that night?
No, sir. Not particularly who I was with. I was probably around my family, around my brothers.
Do you remember where in Batesville you would have gone that night?
Where I would have gone, Probably stayed around the house or went over to my brother's house.
That night passes.
Yes, sir.
And you're happy it passes.
Yes, sir.
But do you see Billy and Cher after that?
I believe it. Yeah. A day or two later.
A day or two later? How is it that you see them a day or two later?
Well, I get contacted by Shelby that they were gonna come down, and when she comes down, I'm thinking they're coming to drop off the van and give me something, a rag. But when she comes, they come to get the, I believe to get Billy's car.
Okay, so we had talked about this earlier. You had been given Billy's car at some point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To use it?
Yes, sir.
Is that the car y'all took to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And did you still have the car after the Atlanta trip?
Yes, sir.
Did you have it the whole time, or did it be returned and given back to you?
It'd be on and off to be returned, given back, returned, given back.
When you would give the car back, would you drive it up to Memphis? Would they come down and get it? What would happen?
It depends.
At this time, you have the car though.
Yes, sir.
And Shara and Billy come down to Batesville.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Do you remember what they're driving?
Van.
And they arrive in Batesville. Do you see them?
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to them?
Yes, sir.
This time, do you know whether or not anything's happened to Lorenzen Wright or not?
I don't know anything this time.
How are they acting?
A little spooked, a little shaky, dodging question.
What kind of questions you're asking them with the dodging?
I'm just like, what's going on? What's up?
Do they stay long?
Nah, not at all.
Do they take the car back with them?
Yes, sir.
What happens next?
What happened next? I received another call for sure that they're coming down. I don't know if it was through my phone records or through my mom's or something, but Cheryl was coming down. And when she came down, it was she needed to talk to my mother about a metal detector or something.
All right. And you had said that Shara and Billy came down to get the car a day or two after the night of the 18th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long after the night of the 18th would this have been, approximately?
It's probably the following day or
So now we're maybe 3 or 4 days after the night of the 18th.
somewhere around.
And your understanding was that Shara needed to come down for what?
She was actually talking to my mom's about a metal detector. She came down.
She needed to get a metal detector?
Yeah.
Did your mom have one?
Yes, sir.
Does Shara come down?
She comes down. She pulls up to the house. I'm already there, so it's like we're communicating that way. That's when she like, you'll come with me.
She said that you were going to come with her? And did she get the metal detector?
Yes, sir.
Or did you get the metal detector?
I mean, I don't know how she got it, but she ended up with me.
Did you know at that time, that morning when she came down, why she needed the metal detector?
No, sir.
Did you know that morning when you got in the car with her and she said, you need to come with her, did you know what that was about?
No, sir.
Did you get in the car with her?
Yes, sir.
She by herself?
I believe so. But I can't remember by ourselves. It was someone else.
What'd y'all do?
We headed to Memphis.
Did y'all talk on the way to Memphis?
Yeah, on the way to Memphis, we talked.
What'd y'all talk about on the way to Memphis?
About she needed to find a gun.
She needed to find a gun.
Yes, sir.
What is she talking about?
She said, that she need to find a gun. She said, you know, did the plan went through? Did everything went through that night?
We need to talk about it.
Okay. She said the plan, the murder of Lorenzen had went through.
That the murder of Lorenzen had happened?
They had.
And where was she when she told you this?
We were in the van.
And what was your reaction?
Disbelief.
And she needed to find a gun?
She said that she had lost one of the guns.
She had lost one of the guns.
Yes, sir.
And that was what the metal detector was for.
Yes, sir.
And what'd you say to all this?
I didn't have too many words to say.
Where'd y'all
So it
go?
was just time to leave. Where we go? We met up. Somehow we met up, and I really don't know where we went to, where the place was at, but we ended up meeting up with Billy.
In Memphis or Batesville?
I don't remember.
Excuse me?
I said I don't really remember where we met him
You don't remember where you met Billy at that day? Or was it Sheriff picked you up, got the metal detector, and did y'all drive first?
at. Yeah, we drove.
And then at some point met Billy.
Yeah, Billy.
You know why y'all met Billy?
I believe he was waiting. He was just waiting on Sheriff.
Waiting on Sheriff? And where'd y'all go once y'all met up?
Once everybody met up, we went to the like an empty area in East Memphis.
When we say an empty area, what do you mean by that?
I mean, it's more rural. It's between like the suburbs, between the two suburbs.
Rural, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Like trees and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Fields and stuff?
Yes, sir.
When y'all went to this rural area, tell me how y'all, not all directions, but did y'all drive there or walk there?
We drove
All in the same car or different cars?
the same car.
Is there any discussion in the car on the way to this rural area?
Not really.
At this point, she's told you about the plan going through, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Has Billy said anything to you or while you're there about the plan or anything?
No, sir.
Once y'all get to this rural area, what do y'all do?
We get to an area where there's a field. You can see a field in the distance, and there's a fence that's going across like a barbed wire fence.
Barbed wire fence, okay?
And at that moment, that's when I believe it was Billy. He presented some wire cutters.
Do you know where he got the wire cutters from? Do you remember whether or not you had seen him with the wire cutters before?
I remember seeing him pick him up at the place where we picked him up at. I don't remember where it's exactly where it's at.
The place y'all picked him up at, the place you met with, is it a house or a business or what?
I think it was a trailer.
Trailer? Do you know whose trailer it was?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got you and Shara and Billy in this rural area, barbed wire fence, field on the other side, and Mr. Turner with like wire cutters.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the wire cutters look like? Okay. What happens now?
We go, well, Sheriff is basically explaining to like, yeah, we jump the fence, we don't want to leave anything behind, so we're gonna cut the fence.
Right. When you say Shara is explaining, he says he jumped the fence. Who is she talking about? Lorenzen. She's talking about the night of the murder.
Night of the murder, correct.
Did she tell you where she was at the time of the murder?
She said she was in the field.
Did she tell you where Billy was at the time of the murder?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
Same place she was.
Did she tell you what happened at the time of the murder?
What do you mean?
How it went down?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what she said.
She said that she told Lorenzen that she was going to meet somebody for some money. That's when she met up with Billy, I guess on this abandoned rural road.
Did she tell you whether or not she took Lorenzen with her to meet somebody about some money?
Yes, sir.
Did she?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, so her and Lorenzen met up with Billy on this road. That's when I guess they ambushed him
You say you guess. Why do you say you guess?
because I wasn't there.
Did she tell you what happened once they met up with them, other than Lorenzen jumping over the fence?
When she met up with him, she said, she said a lot of things, but just in memory is that Lorenzen had his back to him. They started chasing him. They started firing at him, chasing him. He jumped through the fence. He was jumping like a deer. They caught him when he fell.
Did she say whether or not she had a gun?
Yes, sir.
Did she say whether or not Billy had a gun?
Yes, sir. She said both of them had guns.
Did she say whether or not both of them fired?
She said both of them fired.
And here you are, standing on the same street next to the barbed wire fence, 3 or 4 days after the homicide with that.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about that?
Terrible.
How would you feel about it at the time, though?
Terrible.
When you're standing there where this thing happened 3 or 4 days later with them, do you have a gun with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
You ever scared what's going to happen to you?
This is every day. Think about that part.
So they didn't need to bring you there, did they?
No.
I mean, they needed a metal detector,
Yeah.
but you weren't.
I wasn't part of the deal with the metal detector.
All right. Side of the road, you've heard what's happened from her, right?
Yes, sir.
Has Billy at this point told you what happened?
No, sir.
What do y'all do?
They proceeded to cut the, well, I don't know who cut what or who did what, who helped with the barbed wire, but we cut the fence.
Y'all cut the fence?
Cut the fence, wrapped it up,
How'd you wrap it up, or how'd y'all wrap it up?
and just in some rags.
How much of the fence?
I would say about probably 6 to 8 feet.
Okay. About 8 feet, 8 feet of the fence cut out,
Yes, sir.
wrapped in some rags.
Yes, sir.
What do y'all do next?
We can proceed to a dump and get rid of everything.
You say you get rid of everything. What are you talking about?
Both colors of rags in the fence.
Bolt cutters, rags, and the fence? All three of y'all?
Yes, sir.
Have we used the metal detector at all yet?
We used it on the way out before we got to the dump. We went to the corner. I don't know the 2 rows or wherever it's at the corner, and it was searching in the ditch.
Did you go a little bit further away from where the barbed wire fence was cut out?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Searching the whole area.
Who used the metal detector?
Me and Sheriff.
What was Billy doing while y'all were metal detecting?
I do not know.
Was he still there though?
Yes, he was still there.
How long y'all think you, if you remember, how long y'all think y'all searched for?
Probably 30 minutes.
And went to a dump, is that what you said, or a dumpster?
Yeah, we went to I don't know. It's like a dump with dumpsters, and it was just a dumping area.
You said you threw away the towels with the barbed wire fence and the bolt cutters, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who threw those away? Physically, like who? Did somebody get out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who it was?
Billy.
Where do y'all go from there?
From there, it's part ways.
All right, by part ways.
Sherry leaves. I don't know where she goes. She leaves. Me and Billy go a separate way.
You go with Billy.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what vehicle?
What vehicle me and we left the dumping
What
Or when we
vehicle,
split up.
when you part ways?
on part ways. Me and Billy went in the car and Sherry went in the van.
You still got your gun on you?
Yes, sir.
Are you nervous?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty clear what you were part of at that point.
Yes, sir.
What happens?
Me and Billy, I don't really remember what we did, but I know I end up getting took back to Mississippi.
Back to Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
And this is, like we've said, 3 or 4 days after the night of the 18th. Make it back to Mississippi. You know what's happened at this point.
Yes, sir.
You don't call the police.
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I'm already in legal trouble at the time.
This gets you in more trouble.
Yes, sir.
A lot more trouble.
A lot more trouble.
Does there come a day that you do something else with Billy with regard to some evidence?
Go after what?
With regard to some evidence having to do with this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that day.
That day later on, I don't know how many days later, or what time of day it was, but I remember that Billy came and got me to get rid of some of the guns. Get rid of the gun.
And like you said, you don't remember what day it was. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You know it was after barbed wire fence day, though.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Billy comes to get you to get rid of some of the guns.
Yes, sir.
Now, does he need you to do that?
No, sir.
Do you have any of the guns at that point?
No, sir.
Do you still have his car at that point?
No, sir.
Well, how does that make you feel that Billy's getting you to get some guns and he doesn't even need you?
That was just, I didn't understand it at all. Like, I felt like it was a setup.
Setup.
Yes, sir.
So did you have your gun on you?
Yes, sir.
Did you go with him?
I went with him.
Do you remember where you went?
I remember we went to the same trailer area.
Same trailer area that you had been to however many days before with Billy, wire cutters.
Yes, sir.
What happened at the trailer area?
Billy came out with a pistol. And
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Billy came out with a pistol, then we proceeded to get on the road looking for an area to get rid of the pistol.
All right. Billy comes out of the trailer with a pistol. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how he's carrying it?
It was wrapped up
Wrapped up? What do you mean by wrapped up?
with rags.
He gets in the car.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who's driving?
Billy's driving at his time.
Who's driving?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where he puts the gun when he gets into the car?
Trump.
You're sitting in the passenger seat.
Yes, sir.
You still got your gun with you?
Yes, sir.
Is this a fun little ride?
No, sir.
Do you know where y'all are going?
Not at that moment. He had no plans.
Do y'all talk to each other about where y'all are going?
No, sir.
But does he drive?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all end up on a highway?
Yes, sir.
And are these roads and stuff things that you're familiar with?
No, I mean, well, I'm familiar with the area.
A few years after this happened, in 2012, detectives asked you to try to like draw a little map or something as to where y'all ended up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And did you try to draw him a little map?
Yes, sir.
Is that where y'all tried to do that, you and the detectives?
I believe so.
Introduce that to other space next members.
Mr. Harris, Thomas, you need to see this item or any objections?
Yeah, safety out.
Yes, sir. Any objections?
No objection.
This would be exhibit number 7575. Diagram testified by Mr. Martin that he prepared or assisted in preparing. It's dated May 30, 2012, exhibit 75. Sir, you may proceed. Yes, sir.
After the time this map was made, 2012, after talking to the detectives and drawing them a crude map, you were able to lead them to a little lake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is it a lake that you'd been to before?
No, sir.
Do you remember anything that was around the lake?
It's a rural area, trees, ranch houses.
Do you remember how it is you two found the lake?
I mean, we was just driving and trying to get farther from Memphis we can go on a certain road. And I just naturally spotted the way the water, the way the trees were around the water, and knew it was a lake.
You saw the lake. Did y'all stop at the lake?
Yes, sir.
What happened once y'all stopped at the lake?
When we got to the lake, we checked out the scene to see how to get to the lake first off, because it's a little access road.
It's not right off the
Yeah,
highway.
it's not any signs or anything to get to it, so we had to make a circle around and came back to the lake. Once we got there, we proceeded to get rid of the pistol.
Tell me how that happened. Tell me who did what.
Billy got the pistol out the trunk, filed off the searing on it, and threw it into the lake.
And where were you when this was happening?
I was right there beside him.
Did he walk? How far? I don't care about distance. Y'all parked, presumably, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from where y'all parked, y'all have to walk to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And did Billy walk to the lake before he threw the gun in?
Yes, sir.
Did you walk with him?
Not to walk to throw the gun into the lake, but we was at the car. When he had to walk to the lake, it's a straight shot.
And in fact, later, you lead detectives to that area that he walked, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Billy walks to the lake. Are you actually able to see the gun flying through the air and hitting the water?
Yes, sir.
What all does he throw into the lake?
At that time, he threw. I remember it was a shotgun or shotgun shells also in the car. He threw the pistol away, and he went down a couple ways and threw the shotgun.
Threw the pistol from where you saw him
Yes, sir.
And there was a shotgun too.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not the shotgun had anything to do with this crime?
I don't even know where it came from.
Did you come back to the car afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Now, he didn't need you for any of that.
No, sir.
Still nervous?
Yes, sir.
I know you've heard from Shelby Wright as to what happened, but at this point, had you heard from Billy himself as to what happened?
The only thing I heard from Billy was that he was still shaking from shooting ring.
Did he say that?
Yes, sir.
That he was still shaking from shooting around?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Did he describe any more details that you remember about shooting Ren?
No, sir. Most of the details came from Sheriff, but Billy was present at the time.
When Sherry told you the details about what happened previously, Lorenzen riding like a deer, jumping the fence, those things, Billy was there for all that.
Yes, sir.
But from Billy's own mouth, the only thing you heard was he was still shaking from shooting Ren.
Correct.
Guns in the water. Billy's back to the car. What do y'all do?
We headed back to Memphis.
Do you remember where y'all went?
No, sir.
At some point, y'all part company, you and Billy?
Yes, sir.
Probably feeling pretty good about parting company.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'm relieved. At least I'm with it. At this time, I think part of ways, and I was with Sheriff at this time.
How'd that happen, do you know?
I believe I was dropped off at her house.
You were dropped off by Billy at Sheriff's house?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, at this time, as you mentioned earlier about dropping a gun, or not you dropping a gun, but Sheriff dropping a gun, or needing to find a gun.
Yes, sir.
Do you know at this point whether or not the gun's still missing or not?
At that time when it was still missing because we only had one gun.
Because you only had one gun to throw away.
Yes, sir.
Makes sense. Where'd y'all go next? Or not go next? What happened next?
And the next, once I got home, a few days later, I was I believe Sheriff told me that she found the other gun.
And did y'all have, so we've seen some messages, did y'all have some sort of family reunion around this time?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to this family reunion?
Yes, sir.
Did Sheriff go to this family reunion?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all talk to each other at the family reunion?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all talk about any of this?
No, sir.
At this point, tell the police any of this?
No, sir.
It's a secret.
Yes, sir.
That could get you in trouble.
You can get me in trouble or get me killed.
Now, after that, 2010, Sheriff Wright ever say anything else more to you about this crime?
After 2010,
After family reunion, after it's over?
not really.
Is this something that y'all ever went around talking about?
No, sir.
You and Billy? after all this, after it's over, after the family reunion, is this something that you went around talking with Billy about?
No, sir.
Did you see Billy much after this?
No, sir.
Do you think you saw him at all?
I didn't see him at all.
Now, we had mentioned that you had your own legal problems, your own court case going on at the same time. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the legal reasons we're not going to talk about what in details, okay? But in 2012, something happened in your case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there was a conviction in your case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that conviction, did you come forward?
After conviction, yes, sir.
And why did you come forward?
Because now they can't. I can't be touched on by Billy. Then.
You're in jail after the conviction, right?
I'm more safe in jail than come forward.
You come forward and you talk to detectives. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You tell them to drive through all this map to this little lake near Walton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You tell them that the conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright involves Sheriff Wright, Billy Turner, and you. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? You tell them that there's a pregnant female and you don't even know her name.
Yes, sir.
You tell them about the barbed wire fence
Yes, sir.
and what you told us today.
Correct.
They show you a photo spread too, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Ask you if you recognize who this person is that says Billy Turner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What's that? Did
It's a photo spread.
you recognize somebody in the photo spread?
Yes, sir.
Did you pick him out?
Yes, sir.
Is that Billy Turner?
Yes, sir.
Turner had that 6 next number to you.
Ms. Thomas, Ms. Perry, objection to this offer. For the record, this is exhibit number 7676. It's a Memphis Police Department photo lineup identified by Mr. Martin as a photo spread in which he identified the defendant Billy Martin. Exhibit number 76, Memphis Police Department photo lineup.
With Billy Turner.
I'm sorry, identified the defendant Billy Turner. I apologize. Ms. Hagerman, you may proceed.
Is this the same Billy Turner you've been talking about for these last 2 days?
Yes, sir.
The same Billy Turner that's in this courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
That was in this courtroom yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Can you see him?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out and tell me where he's seated, please?
You seated on the left side of the room from me.
Can you tell me what he's wearing?
A dark suit.
And the record reflects he's identified the defendant, Mr. Turner.
The record reflects Mr. Jimmie Martin has pointed to, has described it, and has identified the defendant, Mr. Billy Turner, in this case. You may proceed, Mr. Hagerman.
I have no further questions.
Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Perry starts his cross-examinations, anyone need a break? Ms. Perry, you may proceed. Yes, sir.
many times were you interviewed prior to last week?
Numerous.
When you say numerous, I mean more precise number. Was it once or twice or 3 times?
I can't tell you a specific number.
Okay. But you know that you did give at least 3 statements to law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
And last week you got a chance to meet with Mr. Hagerman also, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you gave a 4th statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And then yesterday you testified for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this morning you finished that testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And you realized that this morning and yesterday you were under oath.
Yes, sir.
You also remember some of the parties that might be present during the prior interviews back in 2012. Was that with law enforcement that you were talking?
Yes, sir.
You remember where that was that you were talking?
Specifically where I was at?
Yes, sir.
201.
And that would have been approximately 3 weeks after you were convicted, correct? Did you talk to law enforcement during the month of May in 2012?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you gave this? What's that document? You can look at the top of it.
Photographic display.
That was the photo lineup. Do you
Yes,
see
sir.
the date on that at the bottom of it where you
Yes, sir.
signed? What date is on there?
May 30th, 2012.
What document is that?
It says stipulation of facts.
You see the top of it? I might have given you the wrong document. I don't see the agreement. Did you? That agreement should be in this file. I might have. And I apologize. Thank you.
Memorandum of understanding.
And was that the document you were shown yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And that was the memorandum between you and the state of Tennessee, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you signed that contract, what date's on the bottom of that contract?
May 30th, 2012.
All right, and so if you were convicted on May 4th, 2012,
Yes, sir.
it's a few weeks later,
Yes,
right? During the same month, in other words.
Yes, sir.
And you signed that agreement and you talked with some detectives, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk to them over a 2-day period?
Probably more than that. Yes, sir.
All right. And now, outside of talking with them, you talked to people on the street as well, right? While your case was ongoing.
No, sir.
You never talked about any of this to anybody.
About what?
What we're in here now about no, not signing the contract and talking with the police about what happened that night.
No, sir.
When you were talking with the police, do you remember approximately how many detectives would have been in the room?
About 3.
Okay. Who are Tutu and Nikki? Who are they?
Tutu and Nikki.
Yes, sir. Who are they? They're names.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember those names?
Yeah, I know Nikki.
Who is Nikki?
Tutu and Nikki is Tutu's sister baby mom.
And did you have their vehicles at the night that we're talking about? The night Lorenzen got killed?
Yes, sir.
You had
I
their
may have
truck?
been with them, yes, sir.
All right, and you're saying that you had their truck on that night?
I may have been with them, yes, sir.
All right. And you also talked on that night with other people, right? During that evening. Did you talk to anybody else? Were you hanging out with anybody else the night that
Yes, sir.
Lorenzen
Yes,
got
sir.
killed? Do you know if any of those people have ever come forward on your behalf?
I don't
Before,
object to this speculation, and It's outside his area of knowledge.
Young, I can ask you if he knows.
Well, then what's the relevance, Your Honor?
Ms. Perry, you may ask that question, but he can't tell you what somebody else may have done.
Yes, sir.
You may ask him if he has personal knowledge of it, but he can't really tell what somebody else may have done.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have personal knowledge of anybody that has corroborated where you were that night?
No, sir.
And you've told the police at different points that you were at home that night, right?
At
Yes
home?
or no?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, your mother, along with you, helped to locate the names of certain people, right? Particularly the pregnant lady that you couldn't describe by name.
Yes, sir.
But she didn't corroborate the fact that you were at home that night, right?
Again, we're getting to other people's testimony.
Yes.
Ms. Perry, again, I'm
Yes, sir.
saying objection as to what somebody else may have done. He can't testify to what somebody else may have done or did not do. You may proceed.
You said that night that you had Billy Turner's car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Today you're saying that. Do you remember giving a statement in 2017?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in 2017, prior to talking with the prosecutors, you didn't say that, did you?
No, sir. I only know what you're referring to.
You don't. You don't remember telling detectives that Billy told you and Sheriff told you that the plan was that Lorenzen wouldn't know Billy's car and that Billy was on the scene that night in his car. You don't remember saying that?
No, sir. I don't remember saying.
You don't remember that? You don't remember talking with the detectives about that night and indicating that you had gone to a telephone, a
Yes, sir.
payphone, and making a call?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember not being able to describe how you got to the payphone?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you just don't remember how you got there. Remember
Yes,
that?
sir.
You remember that on yesterday, when you were describing going to Atlanta, you didn't say a word about Alabama, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say that Billy got you to go to Atlanta telling you that y'all were going to cut some yards in Alabama yesterday, did you?
No, sir.
But you told detectives that before, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't yesterday talk about driving for 18 hours and for driving 6 hours and waiting another 6 hours and then returning another 6 hours and not eating anything. Do you remember that on yesterday?
No, sir.
But you told the detectives that. As a matter of fact, they asked you about it repeatedly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you couldn't explain how that happened, right?
I don't remember if I said that or not. Yes, sir.
Remember, the detectives also asked you, well, what was the conversation between you and Billy on this drive to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't describe if Billy told you anything about himself, his family, any kind of sports, no topic whatsoever. Could you describe, right?
No, sir.
In fact, the detectives said, you don't know anything, y'all didn't talk about anything. Remember that? Being confronted with that question.
Yes, sir.
And that your answer was, I don't remember anything about our conversation. I don't remember us having much conversation.
Yes, sir.
And that's going to Atlanta, stopping in Atlanta,
Yes, sir.
and coming back from Atlanta,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And while you were there on this 18-hour turnaround, the detective confronted you about the fact that you said you went to IHOP beforehand, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you waited in IHOP for 6 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you said you went to Lorenzen's house at midnight, around basically virtually, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then said you came back after seeing that he wasn't where he was supposed to be,
Yes, sir.
according to you. You remember how you described when you went in there, at that time on that day, you said you didn't have a gun. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you also said that you didn't really go in, that it was just Billy that went in. You remember that?
No, sir.
You don't remember saying you stopped at the window? You didn't go into the interior of the apartment and walk around? You don't remember that?
No, sir.
And do you remember when they asked if you went into the apartment or if Billy went in, what did Billy see? And your response was, Billy came back to you and told you that there was somebody that was bald-headed on the couch.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? But yesterday you said both of you drew firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that y'all both walked in with drawn firearms and looked at somebody,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Now, out of the 3 prior statements, you never said that, correct? I need an answer. You didn't say that in any of the 3.
Yes, sir.
And likewise, from the 3 prior statements, you never went into the fact that you had sold the guns and you purchased the 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never talked about the fact that when you had these guns, that you sold them. In fact, you said that you held them and you were like, I don't know what to do with these. And you said previously that you gave them back at some point.
Yes, sir. I did.
But yesterday you said you sold them and got a 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
And then this morning, after yesterday, you never indicated that you gave a 9mm to anybody else in your testimony. You never said, I bought the 9mm and I gave it to somebody.
Yes, sir.
You said you bought the 9mm and you kept it, right?
Yes, sir.
You described the first meeting yesterday. And in that first meeting, your description was that Shara had come to you about some Rottweilers, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you previously talked to the detectives, only thing you said about a dog was that previously when she had come down, she wanted me to watch dogs about a year earlier. But you didn't say anything about keeping Lorenzen's dogs or anything like that during either of the 3 previous interviews, right?
Again, Your Honor, I think he needs to be, was he asked about, did they ask you about training the Rottweilers? And the answer to that question is no, they didn't. So, I mean, I don't understand this to be impeachment. I think this is Mr. Perry reading.
May we approach him?
Yes, sir. the record, the jury's out. And actually got a question from the jury that says bathroom break, which I had not looked at, which you had told me that before you started your cross-examination. I'm going to say this emphatically, and I'm going to say it one time, just once. I'm not going to get into an exchange with lawyers about how you conduct your business in court. You have an absolute right to zealously represent your client, but the rules of procedure and rules of evidence are designed for both lawyers. They're applied equally by this court to both lawyers. Conversation we had at the bench was very routine to start to indicate that you're questioning the integrity of this court. Will not stand for it. Will not go on the record because the press is serious of what you said and what insinuations you were making. But they're offensive. They're unnecessary. When I rule on something, I ruled. If you disagree with my rulings, Mr. Perry, the state of Tennessee, that's what the Court of Criminal Appeals is for. That's what the Tennessee Supreme Court is for. But I would not have lawyers being disrespectful to this court in front of a jury. And what you did was disrespectful. I could have told you that with the jury in the box, but I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to put on the record what you said because you know what you said. But I would not argue with you. I would not allow you to be discourteous to this court when I ruled. I have ruled. And lawyers must move on because I would not argue with you in front of this jury. I would not allow you to be discourteous in front of this jury. If you disagree with the court's ruling, it has been preserved. But I would not allow you to attack the integrity of this court. I would suggest that you take a moment, take a deep breath, recenter yourself, because if I have this conversation with you again, it will in fact be in front of this jury. And I don't want to do that. You can call the court into recess. Everyone can remain seated. Clear the courtroom.
What's there in the recess?
and understand that it's something that is hot. So I don't want to put Mr. Martin back on the stand. Don't want to interfere with Mr. Perry's cross-examination. Have to stop because we would not complete it within a reasonable short period of time. I'm not trying to limit the cross-examination at all, but I don't want the jurors' lunch to get cold. So we'll take a recess. We'll start back at 12:45 this afternoon, an hour and 13 minutes from now. This court will stand at recess to 12:45 p.m.
All rise, now please stand.
Public and other folks that they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully it won't be round 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Get in the courtroom, please. Miss Billy Turner, please. Ms. Turner, good afternoon. You may have a seat, sir. Ms. Turner, did we get your lunch taken care of? Yes, sir. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Do we have Mr. Jimmie Martin in the holding cell?
Just got back from the field.
I'm sorry?
Liv just got back from the field on block walk. So they should be all right.
Okay.
Hyperton, Jones, and Word, and Miss Gilbert. We got all walk.
If they got the kind of energy, I hope they're okay. You can have a seat right there, Mr. Martin. You can take a seat right on the witness stand. For the record's continuation, State versus Billy Turner, all trial parties are present, and as well as Mr. James Jones, who represents Mr. Jimmie Martin. All parties ready to proceed? Yes, sir. If you can bring in the jury, please, sir. sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can be seated. Mr. Martin, Mr. Perry is going to ask you some additional questions. I swore you in before the lunch break. You're still under oath to tell the truth. You understand it, sir? Mr. Perry, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. I want to take your attention to the 2017 interview. I think it was on November 6, 2017. Do you remember where that interview would have been conducted?
Yes, sir.
Where was that conducted?
Central Correctional Complex.
All right. And do you remember the detectives there, Browning, I think it's a Frias, a detective named Parks, tall, African-American male, and then a Detective Beasley. Remember, it's four detectives.
I believe so.
All right. And you remember talking to them for a while.
Yes, sir.
I mean, remember the fact that they were recording while they were having the conversation with you? And they talked to you about the fact that they had gone through your old interview,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And they had some questions about who had represented you in the past. I think now Judge Kane, but was previously Gerald Kane attorney, had represented you at your trial phase before, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you questions about who had seen you specifically at like 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. I think you were asked the question, who picked you up? And you indicated that Shara and the pregnant lady picked you up from your home in Batesville. You remember that?
Pick me a win, sir.
They said before the second meeting. You remember being asked about the second meeting at all?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you remember telling them that they had picked you up from their home? This would have been the meeting. I think you said there was 2 meetings, right? One, there were no guns on the table, but at the second meeting, there were guns on the table. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you remember telling them that Shara and the pregnant lady picked you up?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember it? Are you saying that it didn't happen, or you just don't remember it?
I just don't remember.
All right. We might come back to it in a minute and see if you remember it, Job. And then you said that when you got to the home, you described that there was a dark-skinned, bald-headed, muscular guy. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And when you testified yesterday, you didn't mention a tall, dark-skinned, muscular guy. You said a little taller than yourself, looked like he was athletic. You remember that?
I remember saying probably around the same height.
Okay, so around the same height. But as far as the description you gave, dark-skinned, muscular guy, you said you never got his name. Remember
Yes,
that?
sir.
And remember when you were asked questions from the detectives about who was present when the guns were on the table, you in fact said you didn't remember if Billy was there or not. And then you said, well, it must have been there because Shara gave me Billy's car.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you said that, as a matter of fact, you described that this meeting was an hour or so long, but you had no memory of Billy being there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you said that you then left with the guns, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, during that meeting in 2017, you didn't say that you had the guns in the tire well of the car. You said that you left with the guns in hand to keep them for safekeeping at that time.
Yes,
Remember
sir.
that? And during that meeting, you remember how you described the guns? At approximately 4 minutes, 35 seconds into it, you indicated that it was a 40. You said it was a 9mm and a 25. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And yesterday you said that there was a 38, I believe, yesterday.
That was the 40.
Sorry?
That was the 40.
Okay. And you said a 357 yesterday, correct?
Yes,
And then a 25, right? We got a transcript here, so you got to answer the questions out loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said that it was which one did you say was a 40? the 38 that you
38
described
was 40.
yesterday. Now, you remember in 2012 you described it as a 32, a 357, and a 25. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Then you were asked about they said you came, you got the guns, and that you then left in Billy's car, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were clear that Shara gave you Billy's car keys in Billy's car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also said, when asked again about getting Billy's car, that Shara had given you Billy's car the second time. Billy never gave you his car keys, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And you said you took the guns to protect them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did not remember the names of the particular people that were there, but you did not remember Billy was there. And you said you never got the bald head guy's name,
I
right?
never got no name.
You know if your cousin was seeing him romantically or first-hand knowledge?
I don't know anything about it.
All right. And then you were asked questions about that. I think about the description of the pregnant lady,
Yes,
right?
sir.
You said that you didn't know the lady's name, but you thought that if they talked to your mom could help them out.
Yes, sir.
From your understanding, your mom did give them the name, right?
I never.
Are you familiar with the name Claudia Robinson?
No, sir.
So you don't know the name at all, but you know that she was with that there was a pregnant lady with Shara.
Yes, sir.
That's the only lady that was been described as pregnant in any of this, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same lady that you were describing now.
Yeah, because she had came to Batesville before.
All right. Now, just for clarity's sake, Shara being in the middle, you're Shara's cousin on one side, and she's Shara's cousin on the other side. In other words, you and Claudia are not first cousins like you and Shara are, or like Claudia and Shara are. Am I saying it correct? You're no direct relations to Claudia, or to the pregnant lady.
Yeah, I don't even.
You don't know. You know her name. Now, you and Shara are about 12 years apart in age,
Yes, sir.
substantially apart in age. Did you take trips and things with Lorenzen and Shara?
Yes, sir.
Where'd y'all go?
Lake Tahoe, Atlanta.
And at what point did you take a lot of trips with Lorenzen and Shara?
At what point?
Yes, sir. And like what years? Do you have any recollection?
The 2000s, the early 2000s.
Now, in 2000, you would have been fresh out of high school. You graduated in 2000, right?
Yes,
South Panola, and then you went to the Navy.
yes, sir.
You go right after.
Not right after, but
You're a junior. Big J is your father. Big J.
yes, sir.
And he lives in the Panola County area.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you went to the Navy. So, which you said at some point, Shara came and got you, but when describing it yesterday, I believe she had come to you earlier the preceding summer, right? About some dogs, about taking care of dogs.
Yeah, it was the year before.
Right.
But it wasn't the summer. It was like,
In other words, you weren't over at Shara's house every week cutting yards or anything like that, right?
no, sir.
And she had come down to talk to you directly. When she back during the months, either May or June, she had come to talk to you directly, right?
Weird.
At the
The
time that
summer
she talked to
before?
you. No, I'm talking about, we're back in 2010. I apologize. Not in 2009, 2010, the summer that Lorenzen was killed. Shara had driven to Batesville and had a direct conversation with you, correct?
She came down to see my mother,
Okay.
and we went on a walk by ourselves and had a conversation. Correct.
Now, and when you described that walk during this 2017 conversation, you in fact said that's when Shara talked to you about Lorenzen had. That's when you first heard that Lorenzen had a hit out on her from Shara, right?
I believe. I don't know if I heard it from her directly or just through conversation and listening.
Okay. She and your mother are closer than you and Shara, right?
Yes.
And they have a tighter relationship or bond than you and she would, right?
Yes, sir.
And so when she had gone down to Batesville, she wasn't going to hang out with Jay in Batesville, right?
No, sir.
And go to the club or go to one of your
No, sir.
concerts, nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
But y'all did end up talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that she then took you back to Collierville at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, back then, and I won't give out the full number, but you were asked a question about your mother's cell phone being a 662-654, 4 other digits number. You remember that? And you confirmed that that was her number, right? And you then had gone on, moving down some. You said the sheriff gave you $500 in hand during that meeting, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that you were told by Sheriff to go to Atlanta, right?
Yes, sir.
And during this 2017 meeting, again, you said that Billy had said something about coming with him to work a job in Alabama, right?
Yes, sir.
And when he came to you, of course, according to you at that time, from both the 2017 and the 2012 conversation, you had said that you had already had his car, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you said that Billy appeared at your house in Batesville, right?
Now, he didn't appear at the house, but in the meeting area.
Okay. You said that you, in 2017, you indicated that you left going to Alabama with Billy, right?
Yes.
And in 2017, you indicated that it was to do a landscaping job in Alabama, right? But there were no tools or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
Y'all didn't have a lawnmower or rake or
Yes, sir.
anything, right? But you got in the car and drove, correct?
Correct.
And rode to Alabama with Billy, according to your statement back in 2017, right? And when the investigator asked you, you didn't say nothing about that? You said, no, I didn't ask him about it. I just wanted to see what he was going to do, correct?
I mean, correct.
All right. And so you rode to Alabama. Now, in 2017, you described the trip this way. You said that you made one call while you were in Atlanta, and that would have been after you all were there for the hours that we described earlier.
Correct.
Right? You remember where you said you made that one call?
I do not remember.
All right. It was before you got to Talladega. Does that jog anything in your mind?
Oh, yeah, this in Alabama.
Right. Now, you said that you specifically, they asked you, well, Billy must have made a call or something during that trip, right?
Correct.
And you said, no, I don't remember Billy having a phone or calling or anything, right? And they asked you, well, what was going on with that and cell phones? And you said that you knew about phone stuff because of your last case, that you got tracked and all of that, correct? I mean,
yeah, I don't know if I said it like that, but yeah.
But that's what you said, right? And yesterday you talked about the fact that you had done IT stuff with Battle Rock, right?
Correct.
And you were familiar with technology and how technology works, correct? And you helped, according to what you said, during your consultation with people, and I think that was your term, right? You were doing more like a consultant with them because they thought that you had hitman type experience, but you were just playing along with it. And you said, according to what you were saying, that they liked the technical stuff that I knew and all of this, but I was just playing them, right?
Correct.
Right. And talking about chips and things like that in phones, you were just playing them, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you said that while you're talking to them about expanding chips and switching chips out, they seemed like they were taking it in, correct?
Correct.
But you were just playing them, right?
Correct.
Right. Now, you said before about the metal detector, you talked about who picked you up, and I was less than clear. Did Billy pick you up to get the metal detector?
No, sir.
All right, it was Shara, right?
Yes, sir.
Shara came down alone, right?
I don't know. I can't remember who she was with or somebody was with.
Now, was that the time she was with the pregnant female?
I wasn't focused on whoever else was there.
I got you. Now, you were clear earlier that you had the car on the night that the murder took place, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
You were clear.
Clear. I
All
don't
right.
know what statement you're reading right there.
Before we get into that, let me ask you a few other questions. You said that during that night, it says prior to that night in question, you took the guns for safekeeping, according to your statement at 17, right? And they asked you what you did with them. Do you remember what you told them?
No, sir.
All right. Did you mention that you sold them?
I don't remember what I mentioned about.
Okay, all right. You were asked a specific question about a specific type of gun, a Kel-Tec. Do you remember that?
Kel-Tec. Yes,
Mhm.
sir.
And what was the Kel-Tec?
Kel-Tec, I believe, was 38.
Okay. And during that meeting, they asked you a specific question about the caliber and the color of the gun. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you say, do you remember telling them they were looking for a gold 25, the Kel-Tec they never found? Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you were, it's clear then as you are now, Billy didn't go down there and get the metal detector with Sheriff. It was just Sheriff talking to your mom, and you walked up, right? And that's when the metal detector was transferred at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you said that there was y'all went looking for the gold 25.
Yes, sir.
You never found it. And then it says, where did you drive? What did you drive around? Your answer back then was, I can't tell you. Remember that?
Yes.
And you couldn't describe exactly where you went and all of that, correct? All right. Now, according to you, the Kel-Tec, to the best of your knowledge back then, was never found. Is that right?
Kel-Tec never was lost.
Okay. Now, so you're saying that in 2445, you said that you didn't describe the 25 as a Kel-Tec?
No, 25 is not a Kel-Tec.
Okay. Which one was the Kel-Tec again?
Kel-Tec was a 38.
All right. And so when I'm listening to it and it says the Kel-Tec was never found, you're saying it wasn't lost to be found.
Correct.
All right. In 2012, you were asked questions about disposals of different things, and you were precise. You said you never had disposed any of the stuff. You just watched them getting rid of stuff. Remember that?
Correct.
And also in 2012, you described wire cutters pretty precisely. Remember that? You said you remember describing something as black and red, about 2 feet long.
Correct.
You said the handles were red and the.
I remember describing, but it's not in my memory today.
Now, at 26:32, 26 minutes 32 seconds, you were asked a question. It says about what you were looking at. It says before I get there, earlier about the use of the wire cutters, you described that you were there while the wire was being cut, the barbed wire was being cut. Remember that?
Correct.
You were precise, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So going back to 25, to the section 26 minutes,
No.
you were asked a specific question. Were you with them when they were cutting the fence? Your answer: did not cut the fence with them. And specifically, they went back to the question about the wire cutters, and your answer was never seen the wire cutters. You remember that?
I'm saying I never seen them before prior to that evening.
No, they asked you then, when they were talking to you about the wire cutters, had you ever seen the wire cutters? Describing back in 2010, what you told the detectives were you didn't see the wire cutters that day. In fact, you didn't see them cutting the barbed wire. You want us to play it for you?
Nah, I seen all of it, but go ahead.
So you're saying, are you saying that you didn't see it, or are you saying that even though you might have said it then, you right now you
That's what
saw
I'm
it?
saying. At the moment, I don't know what I was saying at the moment in the statement, but going through memory, I seen it.
If you hear it, might it jog your memory?
Yes, sir.
That did take someone to the cut. Did they cut this while you were there? No.
Now, could you hear it clearly?
Yeah,
And you could hear clearly that back then you said you weren't there when the wire was being cut, right?
what I'm saying, I wasn't at the fence when the wire was getting cut. I'm not saying I wasn't there, present in the area. I'm at the car. They cut the fence. I wasn't there to cut the fence. I was at the car. I was in the area. We was in the area. I was walking up, trying to find a gun.
You also said clearly, even more clearly than whether or not you were at the fence, that you did not see the wire cutters.
Yeah, I didn't go to the fence.
You didn't see the wire cutters at all, though, right?
Yeah, I see.
You were asked questions specifically about the disposal of things. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you went through a litany of things that you said that you thought that they had disposed of. You described a towel, correct?
Rags.
Rags. You said rags, and you think that the wire cutters were thrown away as well, correct? Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about the 9mm and the lake that you were talking about earlier. But specifically, in 12 and in the statements that you gave earlier, you didn't describe that you threw something in a lake by yourself until you were questioned and pressed on it, because they said as a result of their investigation, you had indicated that you had thrown a gun away by yourself. You remember that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? You remember at 24:30. You might want to raise the volume if you can. And instead of 24:30, you can go to 24.
Well, that was probably not too far from where I'm saying.
Well, I know since you were saying, I can't even tell you that.
You're not familiar with that part of town.
You know, I never been over.
Did you ever tell you who got working?
Now, what happened with the other guys on that tape?
Yeah. Wrong way.
You know where the guys on the way to?
Yo, I say that to be man. I got one gun. Which one? It's a gun that white people do. Which one? The 44.
You got rid of that one?
What was what you living at? You know, off the book, right up here in the city.
Where?
Let's see. Off the book, like, out the other town. Right out in the Friday station. Another town. So I left the the 25 and the 9, right? Yeah. And the 25 was never found. Yeah. The 9, we found them. And what happened to the killer? I don't know. They got rid of them. Okay. The 44, that was left out. It was just too big. I just left it. Put everything aside.
Now, you were asked about whether or not you threw, what all you threw away. And you described that you threw a kill or 44 by yourself. You threw it away in Archibald Lake, correct?
Correct. Now, that's a whole different lake.
We're going to talk about Walnut.
It's a whole different area.
Archibald is down by where you live, in the Sardis, Batesville area, right?
Correct.
Walnut, you would describe closer to East Mississippi, like you going toward Holly Springs. That's how you describe it, right? Yes, sir. Yes or no?
Yes, going that way.
All right.
Look on the map in the head.
I didn't hear you.
Had to look at my map in my head.
I got you. I got you. Now, you were also when you were describing the role, a few times they asked you, now tell us, were you really there that night? Were you there? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And you kept kind of breathing and doing different things when they had asked you, but you never really directly answered it, did you?
I don't.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked questions about money. You didn't describe that the the pregnant lady was told that she was supposed to get $10,000 for hush money, did you? But back in 2017, that's what you told the detectives, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also described that Shara had said that it would be $50,000 for the shooter, correct?
Yes.
And you also described that $10,000 hush money would be for the pregnant lady. And when you were asked questions about that in the two interviews, you never indicated that Billy was present during those conversations, did you?
I don't know if I was asked.
Okay, but what I'm asking you is, you never indicated it, did you? I mean, you might not have been asking, but you didn't say Billy was it. You definitely didn't say Billy confirmed that he needed money or anything along those lines, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Now, back then, were you working?
No, sir. No.
All right. And you were, like you said to the detectives, man, all I cared about, I had these lawyers to fight a real case, right?
Yes, sir.
And we can't go into the details or talk about what the case is, but that's what your focus was on, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said, look, man, them lawyers are asking 10 a pop, 10, 10, 10. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are your words. And you said also that that's all that I cared about. The money that I could give a real case, so I was trying to listen and find out what I could get to blackmail sheriff. That's what you said. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you're trying to get as much detail as possible, right?
Correct.
Now, do you remember the detective just kind of abruptly saying, tell me this, Jay, why would somebody get you from Collierville, go to Batesville, pick you up? You said, Billy picked you up from Batesville, right?
You got to tell me what you're referring to.
You said that, did you ever say that Billy picked you up from Batesville?
When?
At all. Did he ever pick you up from Batesville?
Yes.
And take you from Batesville to Collierville, right? You don't remember? You don't remember? You don't
No, I
remember?
don't remember. That'd be Sheriff.
All right. But you asked a specific question about it not making sense to throw a gun away in Walnut to get you, if it's not on the night of or anything like that. Why would a person do that? You remember being asked that question.
Correct.
And you remember that you really never gave a direct answer to that question. And you said, I don't know. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you indicated that before that y'all had gone and the rags ended up in a landfill, right?
Yeah, a little dump site.
In a dump site.
With dumpsters.
Yesterday, you remember how you described the shooting that was going on that night? You don't remember? You remember saying that to your memory, it was Billy doing the shooting based off of the information that you gathered, right?
I didn't say it was Billy just doing the shooting. I said it was Sherry and Billy doing the shooting.
Now, that's consistent with what you said in 2017, that it was Sherry and Billy. But do you remember what you said in 2012 regarding the shooting?
I don't.
You remember being asked about how the car got to the location, or the van got to the location back in 2012?
To what location?
To the location where Lorenzen was killed. You said it was on a back street, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember at 37 minutes in, you said Sheriff's back was with Lorenzen, and she said Billy chased him in the woods. She never did any shooting. Billy said that it was only him shooting with both guns. Do you remember that?
Nah, I don't remember.
Well, go to 37, please.
out when they started shooting? Where, I mean,
They said it was on the roadway.
on the roadway? What type of roadway? Were they on a busy street, a street at, like a rural area, in front of houses,
They said it was a back street.
a back street? And so that's where the dude was.
I was just saying.
Okay.
Have you ever seen that street?
All right, so he said the dude got out.
Yeah, he said, they met here. Billy was here. She said Billy was here. She was here. And they were talking. She said her back talked to Lorenzen. And Lorenzen walked up and Billy started shooting.
And then what happened?
He ran. They said they chased him down the woods, but she ain't said she
How
ain't
many
chased
people
him. She
chased
said Billy chased him into the woods. He had but see this the thing. He had a 9.
Who had a knife?
Billy. 9 millimeter. And I guess he had the 25 on him. He said when he went in, he shot at him. And he kept dodging. He got shot a couple times. And said when he fell down, he went over to him and shot him in the knee.
How many times did he say he shoot?
So,
You just said he shot. And then what happened after that?
I know he said he used 2 guns.
He used 2 guns. Did he say he took anything from the area, or
They said he cut down some fence and stuff.
he did what?
He cut down some fence
Before?
no, they said afterwards.
They said afterwards they cut the fence down. They say why they did that.
I guess who did? They said they ain't gonna DNA left behind.
Okay. Is that what they said? They didn't want any DNA?
Now, having heard that direct opposite of what you just said a few moments ago, correct?
No, it's not a direct opposite. I said she said. This is what she said happened. But she also said she shot him. They didn't ask me about what did she do. They said what did Billy do. I didn't say Billy used both guns at the same time.
Okay. Do you remember talking about the going to the lake in Walnut? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you remember saying that as y'all were riding, y'all saw some trees and you could see through the trees that was a lake that might be a good lake to go to, right?
Correct.
And you also remember that a few moments ago you described Arca Butler, right?
Correct.
Well, Arca Butler is a lake about how many miles you think Arca Butler is?
From Memphis.
No, how many miles you think if you're out there at Arca Butler? You can go from one end of Arca Butler to the other in a boat, and it takes you a long time, right?
Correct.
And when we're talking about Walnut, that's not that type of a lake, right?
More of a pond.
More of a pond, correct. And you also you don't just get to that water site in Walnut, right? In other words, you drive by certain spots from mile, quarter mile, half mile, and see Arca Butler, correct?
Correct.
But you can't do that at Walnut, right?
Correct.
Walnut, you got to kind of be looking for it and going there, right?
Correct.
And you told the detective that you were the one that knew where the pond was in Walnut, correct?
I knew where it was because I had just went there and dropped off the gun.
No, I'm not talking about just then. I'm talking about while y'all are driving. You know how many people live in Walnut? If you don't, you don't. It's not a big place, is it?
I don't even know anything about Walnut.
All right, but you knew the landmarks to go and get that gun with precise accuracy, right? You worked out that way before, hadn't you?
I never worked out that way before.
You never had concerts and things with the
Walnut?
mob?
In Walnut?
No, coming back that way. You didn't do clubs and stuff in that area? In Walnut. Cutting up through Walnut, going towards Carter.
No, sir.
You never did that. You couldn't describe the specific businesses around the pond going towards that lake. You couldn't describe it?
Did I describe it?
I'm asking you,
I
did
can
you not describe
today.
it?
Yeah, I can describe it today.
You described it to a T, did you not?
Yes, sir.
When you were talking about it earlier today, you didn't talk about all of the roads and landmarks, and Paul didn't ask you that, or Mr. Harrigan didn't ask you that, right?
Yes, sir.
But I'm asking you now. You were able to describe the different businesses around this obscure pond, not a lake, that's off the road. You can't even see it from the highway,
Yes,
can you? And you have to drive, turn off of the road, and go down about, what, 3/4 of a mile, would you say? You got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, and you gotta know where you're going to get to that pond, correct? You described the fact, talking to the detectives, that you don't have any kind of structure in the way, and you can kind of drive through the little tree line. Remember that?
Correct.
And you also described, you said that there was a John Deere place. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
You remember saying that there was a concrete business up the road a little bit?
Correct.
And you also described the fact that you had to cross a railroad track, right?
Correct.
You said you're going to drive over a ditch a little bit. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that they asked you, how'd you know I'd get there? You said, oh, it's not a place. It wasn't the first time you'd been there, right?
No, not the first time I've been there since when? Since the time they brought me there?
You described to them how they should go to get there, right?
Correct.
And then they got you out of whatever facility you were in and drove you there. That was back in 2012, so it's 10 years ago, right?
Correct.
So we know you ain't been there in 10 years, right?
Correct.
But before that day, you'd been there some, correct?
Been there that day. They brought me there.
Okay. You then, in the 17 meeting, gave a more detailed description about the bald-headed black guy, right?
Correct.
You said that he was bald-headed, he was in his late 40s, right?
Correct.
But you didn't give a name because you didn't know the name of that person that was at that particular meeting.
Correct.
And you did not describe anything, I don't think, other than you said he might have been your height or a little taller.
Correct.
And you said that you thought he was stockier than you, right?
Yeah, I thought he like he worked out.
Now, yesterday, when you were describing to Mr. Hagerman about the messages, remember when you were having that conversation?
Correct.
And you said that when you're having that conversation with your cousin about throwing the party, that you remember that specifically, right?
Remember what specific?
Having that conversation via Facebook. Remember that conversation specifically?
Correct.
And you, in fact, remembered that conversation, and you said, I know that what was going on right there, I didn't do that. I didn't send that portion. Dude who was riding with me sent that portion, right?
Correct.
And I was listening. Dude riding with you was not Billy, right?
Correct.
All right. So this other dude riding with you sends this message about throwing this party in code that you're giving him as you're riding, right?
Correct.
But you never had a follow-up question with detectives about who that other dude was, right?
Correct.
And you never gave any detail, either Mr. Hagerman or anybody else about that other dude, right?
Correct.
But it definitely was not Billy Turner. Are we right? All right. And I don't even want that other dude's name right now. But you definitely said that there was another dude that was giving this text message about what y'all gonna do throwing the party.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were asked about photo lineups, etc., and you gave the photo lineups during that meeting. One of the detectives then asked you specific questions regarding text messages. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? It's been a while. It's been 2017, right?
Probably had about 40 interviews.
How many?
About 40
You've given 40 interview statements
interviews.
about this?
Everything haven't been on written statements or recorded.
No. I'm saying, do you remember doing this 2017,
No.
November 6, 2017 meeting? You remember giving a
I don't-
statement, right?
I
And while
remember
you
statements, but I don't remember what was asked.
all right, you don't remember being asked specific questions about text messages. If you don't remember, you don't
I
remember.
don't remember.
All right. Can you go to 40? 40 minutes, 30 seconds, 2017. Oh, no, hold on. I apologize for giving you the wrong place. This is the...
As he finds a quick question.
Yes, sir. Ms. Perry, you may proceed.
Thank you. See that? Have you seen that document before? If you will, just for the sake of the court reporter, I should have called it out there. Apologize. Exhibit 58.
Yes, sir.
On the top of that, that is a stream, I believe, that seems to be between, you see the name Edna J.
Yes, sir.
And you see to the right-hand side where that's, what does that say on the right-hand side, the writing? No, further right, further right, yes, sir. What does it say?
Jimmie Martin's text message.
To
It don't say
sheriff?
anything else.
Okay.
That's all it say.
All right. Do you see what it's indicating? What is the date of that message?
7/15,
It's July 15th
July 15th,
of what year?
2010.
All right. And do you remember now being asked questions about that text message string?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was back in 2012 to that question?
12. No.
What Ms. Perry is asking you? Have you had a chance to review the document?
I had a chance to review this document.
And he's asking you if it refreshes your memory as to his messages that have been sent. Helps you to remember. If it doesn't, tell Ms. Perry does not help you to
It
remember.
doesn't help me to remember what the question was that they asked.
Okay.
You may re-ask the question.
Yes, sir. And don't worry about the audio. Do you, at this time, remember the contents of that text message? Does that refresh your, looking at it, does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes.
And do you remember what the contents were?
Contents of this message when sheriff came to pick up the gun.
And do you remember where you were supposed to be meeting her?
Met her at the same spot we met every time that was at outside of Lott's service station.
All right. And you said that you were meeting at that particular date with the guns, right?
Yes.
And you met with Shara only?
It was sheriff on.
All right. And on that particular night, or previously, back in 2000, let me make sure. When you were previously asked about that question, you remember telling the detective you don't remember what the message contents were?
I don't remember if that's what. I do not remember.
Have just a moment, John.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I remember what the answer was, Your Honor. At this time, may I refresh his memory with the audio report?
You tried to refresh his memory with the written document. Is it different from the written document?
It is, Your Honor. His answer was different from the written document.
Ms. Perry, ask a specific question as to what you think he may have given an inconsistent answer, and you may, in fact, move forward. But I don't know what the question is of what answer he may have given that may be inconsistent with testimony in court, so you may ask that question,
Will
please.
do, Your Honor. Back in 2012, do you remember being asked questions about that back then? About that document, that text string?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember whether or not you told detectives the same answer that you just told this court?
I don't remember what answer I gave them back in 2012.
Remember indicating, sorry, I'll tell you. Remember telling them that you just didn't remember what that text string was back then?
I may have. I was shown a lot of texts.
And so you're saying that you probably told, or you might have told them that you don't remember it back then.
Correct.
But today you remember it, what it was talking about. All right. Move on. Back in 2012, when asked about the meetings, the first meeting, you indicated that when you got to the house, you said that Billy was there, you said that Cheryl was there, you were there because y'all came in together, you and Cheryl. Y'all had come from Batesville together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, you said that Billy and the bald head guy that you were describing were both at the house at that day. Remember that?
When did you say I said it? Yesterday?
Back in 2012. Do you remember what you might have said then, yes or no?
Yeah, I might have said it.
All right. And you said that then it seemed like, now, Cheryl was doing the talking about what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't say that Billy had said that he was going to do X, Y, Z or anything else for Cheryl, right?
Correct.
You said he just listened and kind of kept on doing what he was about to do as far as the yard and things like that. In other words, he was not throwing out suggestions and agreeing to anything at all.
No, he didn't agree to anything.
All right. And you remember whether or not at that first meeting was the pregnant female there?
I don't know if she was there on the second or the first meeting.
You don't remember?
It was more than 2-3 meetings.
All right. But out of the times, let me put it this way. The only time in your statements, and even today, that you've been consistent about, that you even saw Billy definitively, was at that first meeting. That's what you said. And you've said that consistently. And even when asked by the detectives, you never said Billy agreed to do nothing or said he was going to do nothing, any of that.
Correct.
Right? And then you said, now you did say y'all rode to Atlanta together, right? Now, but you said that the basis of that trip to Atlanta was Billy said that y'all were going to do a lawn job, right?
Which was code for we were going to go do this job.
But y'all had never established a code or anything else involving Alabama. Matter of fact, your answer to the question was, he said, we're going to go to Alabama and do this lawn job, and you said, I know what you're trying to do.
That's it.
But that's how you said it, right?
Yeah, we had a consensus. You don't have to spit out everything when you already was there for the meeting. You didn't have to spit out the code when Sheriff spit out the code.
On the night in question, nobody can validate your whereabouts, right? Nobody verified your whereabouts, correct? In all this time, nobody's verified it. Nobody.
They have not.
Right. And in fact, on the night in question, you've given varying statements about the fact that you had the car that you were questioned about in 2017 once you were confronted with the fact that we believe that Billy's car was used on the night in question. You said, I didn't have Billy's car. Remember that? In 17 saying, I didn't have Billy's car?
They didn't have business.
Okay.
The
And
car
so-
was parked in the spot it was parked in. Nobody uses the car. I don't use the car. I didn't take it as a daily driver. The car was parked where it's parked in the Hadaway. When I say I wasn't in the car, I wasn't in the car. I wasn't around there. When I say I was at home, I mean I was in Batesville. I was at home.
You said to the detectives repeatedly, they asked you a few times. Now you had, back in 2012, said you had the car on the night in question, right? And I asked you earlier today about Tutu and who else did I ask you the name? Tutu. You said you could use their truck, I don't know I don't know what truck I used to go to the payphone. Remember saying that? Yes or no?
Correct.
And you, in fact, back in 2012, they said that now if you had the car, why'd you have to use Tutu's truck? And you say, I don't know, right?
Because I don't drive the car.
I understand that, but that was your answer to that question back then, correct? Now, yesterday, you were clear. You said, I had Billy's car on the night that this stuff went down, right? Correct? And previously, you had indicated that on that night, during the 11 o'clock calls, and you initiated the calls a few times.
Correct.
They asked you, why were you initiating the calls? Your response was, I initiated the calls because I wanted to use Sheriff's van. Remember that?
Correct.
All right. And so you never, earlier today, said anything about initiating the calls or the van, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't say that you were trying to get in touch with Billy to use Sheriff's vehicle today, did you?
Correct.
In fact, when Paul asked you that question, Mr. Hagerman asked you that question. I won't speak again. Mr. Hagerman asked you that question specifically. You said, I never got an answer from Billy's call, right? And on that night in question, you indicated previously to the detectives that you were at your mom's house, right?
Correct.
And you indicated to the detectives, does your mom still own?
Say what?
Your mother's, you have a stepfather, right?
Correct.
And back then you had an ill sister, and she's passed away, right?
Yes.
But during that time, she was living, right?
Correct.
And your brother was living in Florida back then, right?
Correct.
So in that home, there were at least 3 people, correct?
Correct.
But nobody has been able to say that you were in that home.
Remind you what I told you and I've been telling you for a week. Questions of lawyers are not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand. I've already sustained an objection from the status of what other people can do and other people can say and other people can tell whether or not Mr. Martin was at home. He can't tell you what other people can do. That's asking him to be a mind reader. And I've sustained that objection to the question. I'm sustaining the objection again, and we will move on and not ask that question again because Mr. Martin cannot tell you what other people can do. You may proceed, Mr. Perry.
Yes, Your Honor. On that particular evening, a few times you said that you did drive Billy's car, right? You said you drove it back when you were talking to the interviewers. You remember saying
Went on
that?
January 18th?
On July 18th.
July 18th.
Yes.
No, I didn't drive his car that day.
Okay. And so now you're clear on the fact that you didn't drive it that day, but you said you had possession
I
of it
had
that day.
possession.
All right. I have a few moments, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hagerman, any additional questions on direct examination?
Brief.
Yes, sir.
It's been 12 years since this happened, Mr. Martin, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Through those 12 years, did you give an interview after interview with law enforcement people?
Yes, sir.
Has there ever been a time when they've come to you and you've refused to give some sort of interview about this?
No, sir.
Every time.
Yes, sir.
Every time have you described a conspiracy to kill Lorenzen Wright that involved you,
Yes, sir.
that involved Sheriff Wright,
Yes, sir.
that involved Billy Turner?
Correct.
Every time have you told him about a pregnant female that you don't know who she is?
Yes, sir.
Every time have you described a trip to Atlanta that you took with Billy Turner to kill Lorenzen Wright?
Yes, sir.
Every time have you told him about a gun that's in the lake?
Yes, sir.
Did you lead him to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And how many times total have you ever been to that lake?
2 times.
First time doing what?
They disposed of the gun.
With who?
Billy Turner.
This Billy Turner.
Billy Turner.
And the second time doing what?
With the sheriff department.
With the sheriff's department.
Correct.
To show him where it was.
Yes, sir.
That's it, Judge.
Ms. Perry, any additional questions on re-cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'll be really brief.
You may proceed.
In your stories about what happened, you indicate that Sheriff, not Billy, would allow you to use his car, correct?
Correct.
And you also indicate that you had gone from Batesville to Collierville some 6 odd times, or at least 6 times, regarding this, correct?
Correct.
And you said on multiple of those occasions that there was a pregnant female that was present, right?
Yes.
And you said, you described at least one that you can confirm time that Billy would have been present during any of those conversations, right?
Right.
And you said that that's the only time that you can confirm that he definitely was there, that first time. That's the only time, right?
Confirmed with that, yes.
And even then, you never heard him confirm that he was going to be a part of some plot or was going to play a role, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never received, from the time frame of 2010 when she was talking about paying the lawyers, etc., did she pay the lawyers?
No, sir. She was supposed to pay him, but she never did.
Right. And from the time that the murder happened until the time that you were convicted of the crime that we're not talking about, she didn't pay the stuff that she was supposed to pay, right?
Correct.
I passed the witness.
Hagerman, any additional questions?
Just to clarify a few questions ago,
Yes, sir.
how many times was Billy Turner there? He asked you how many times for sure Billy Turner was at one of these meetings.
That's correct.
And what was your answer?
He was at the first meeting. It was confirmed time as far as the meetings that they're recorded
For sure one day.
meeting. But we had several meetings.
Did you also have a trip to Atlanta?
Correct.
Was Billy Turner there?
Yes, sir.
Did you also have a trip to the crime scene to cut down the part of the barbed wire fence?
Yes, sir.
Was Billy Turner there?
Yes, sir.
Did you also have a conversation about shooting Lorenzen Wright with Billy Turner?
Yes, sir.
So when you said one confirmed time, you mean one meeting.
One meeting.
But in this conspiracy, Billy Turner, from the start to the end?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perry, any additional questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Martin, I'm going to excuse you from any additional testimony in this case, sir. Let's say something silly, but you can't talk to anybody about your testimony. Can't let anyone talk to you about their testimony. You may certainly talk to your lawyer, Mr. James Jones, who for the record is present today. You may step down from witness stand and watch yourself, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Take this document to the back one time. Is it a table, please? Yes, sir. Let me get one clarification real quick. I apologize. Something I intended to do earlier this morning. Ladies, I want to apologize to you because one of the deputies told me that you had a question about some photographs that you wanted to see that you were not able to see yesterday, and I need a clarification. This is exactly what photographs you might want to see. Is that not true? Okay. Think about it over the break, because I was told there were some photographs, maybe some autopsy photographs that you were not able to see that clearly because they may or may not have been published. And if there's any photographs you want to see that you were not able to see, let me know. We'll have those passed to you before we start with the next witness. We're going to take a recess for a minute. You've been there for about an hour and 15 minutes or so, and I need to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. You cannot discuss the case with anyone or amongst yourselves, and we'll resume trial shortly. Thank y'all. Follow Deputy Smith, please. How's that knee feeling today? Okay. Apologize. Counsel may now approach. This is going to be on the record, off the record. Okay. Yes, sir.
Those pictures that they're asking.